Okay. All right. Okay. Sorry. The lighting is right there behind me. So let's see if we can fix that a little. Okay. I guess it doesn't really matter. All right. Never mind then. We're just going to leave it the way it is. Anyways, salutations, y'all. I'm just hosting some impromptu reading sprints because I need to be logging in. Like we have today and tomorrow, before end of the month. Also, Tarot Readathon. And I was slumping for the first half of this month, so I didn't get as much reading as I would have hoped for, which is why I'm trying to see if I can finish a couple things before the other month ends. One thing for sure, and I'm hopeful for the other one, but one is I need to actually read it and actually have it finished reading before the month ends. But I really am kind of hopeful for 2 books, but we shall see. We shall see. Anyways, if you just joined, please say hi in the chat. Let me know what you're reading or you're working on. This is, again, very impromptu. Actually, I think I completely did not even let folks on Instagram even know I'm hosting sprints. So we'll do that. I shall do that during the very first sprint. So again, if you're here, please say hi in the chat. Let me know what you are reading or working on. Sorry, there's just a butterfly, and I thought there was a fly or something inside. Also, I am house sitting again. Back-to-back house sitting gigs right now for me. So not at home, but it's fine. We're gonna do some house sitting. We're gonna work on some things. There we go. We're going to I'm gonna work on some reading. So currently my read is Intermezzo by Sally Rooney. I'm at page 91, which is in the middle of chapter 4. Yes. And I do have some tabs. Oops, can't quite see it. Can you hold up? Can you? There we go. Now y'all can see the tabs. So as you see here, I have some tabs. I've not actually been annotating. I just kind of use the tabs as just if I have anything from the text that I'm I actually want to come back to it or something, or I think it was interesting, I just use the tab. And that way, if I end up not wanting to keep the book on my physical shelf anymore after I finish reading it, because I do think I'm going to finish reading it, but also if I end up DNFing it and then end up unhauling it, then I can just take out the tabs and it's fine and dandy. Or maybe I can leave the tabs in there, so it looks like someone's actually engaging with the text without actually annotating it. And then the next person, because I would usually will just sell it at half price books, then the next person who takes it can be oh, there's tabs, but also no one's actually written in it. So you get to know someone's thoughts without actually someone marking up the book. And there's no actual key or anything. I kind of just went with this is the tabs I have here to go with the book, because I think the color scheme is really nice. So the light color is kind of it's somewhat interesting, but not so much of importance. But the darker the color, the more, you'll obviously see, since this is a very yellow book. The darker the color, the more I'm just okay, come back to this. This is really quote worthy, or something about a character or a plot thing that's really important. So that's what these 4 colors are up there. I think this was mostly for the quotes, but everything over here is for sure hey, look here. Everything else here is maybe there's something of interest here that could be important for later on in the story. And then here's this is interesting. So maybe something about the character or something to know about. So yeah. And granted though, with Sally Rooney, I do need the audiobook. So I do also have the audiobook, which I actually am learning that I think regarding, especially with literary fiction, if I'm listening to an audiobook, I actually prefer to listen to the audiobook out loud instead of connecting with headphones or earbuds or something. I don't know. It makes me process the information just a little bit easier, especially with a Sally Rooney book. Since again, if you do not know, Sally Rooney, stylistically, but also very purposely, does not put in quotation marks for dialogue. Which, yes, it can be very hard. Well, which part's speaking and what part is internal dialogue or just thought processes, since this story is in the perspectives of these characters. Yeah, actually. Yeah, because even though this story is written in third person, it is written in limited third person, and we do shift perspectives as well. I think so far right now, there's only 3 prominent perspectives from the first 4 chapters so far that I've read. And like a part of me really was trying to see if I can like get through part 1, because the chapters are also really long in Intermezzo. I don't know why they're this long, but they're long. Intermezzo has very long chapters, and I wanted to get through part 1 because I feel like by the time I get to like part 2, which is roughly around the halfway point when part 2 starts, give or take, is halfway through, or at least the very beginning of part 2. I feel like I'll be able to like really move through the story a lot faster. It's just feeling a little bit slow right now because I'm still trying to like get my bearings on characters, personalities, where they are their life, how they're feeling about their lives, and yeah. But actually, I have not even said what this book is about. Intermezzo is a story about 2 brothers who are dealing with the grief of the passing of their father, which happened pretty recent in the start of this book. The brothers are also kind of like of the brothers are not really close. They are 10 years apart, but they're also just not really close at all either. So there's that, and they also have to deal with like romantic relationships with like women, because you see here in the cover actually, this is also a chess related book because the younger brother Ivan is a chess prodigy, so hence why we have the chess pieces in the cover here. And this piece here is the white king, and that one's definitely Ivan. The black king here is his older brother Peter, who's in his 30s. Ivan is in his early 20s. Now there's Ivan here, I think, is very much enamored and desires an older woman, about a little bit more than a decade his senior, I mean. So hence why she's this white piece, which I'm not totally sure which white piece this is. I'm still trying to figure it out. Like, I don't know if this is a bishop or a queen, because I know it's not the knights, because that's the knights here. And I think I know who the character is for this knight piece. And then we have a rook here, but I'm trying to figure out this piece. Like, I don't know if that's a queen or a bishop, because this is at the top mark, but I'm like, I don't think it's quite a queen because it doesn't look as ornate, because I think queen pieces are pretty ornate. So this might be a bishop actually, which actually I think that makes more sense to the story so far that I've read. Now granted, I could keep on reading and I think it might be a queen piece, but I think this should be a bishop. I think it makes more sense to the story and the character I think it represents. So I don't know, because I played chess before, just like casually, nothing like super serious. So I understand like the positions and like what those positions would mean in relation to the king piece. So that's what I'm trying to like interpret the cover as well of Intermezzo, and also the title Intermezzo also kind of confuses me. So it has to do with something with music and relating to interludes, and I'm like, how does that exactly relate to this story? I don't know. Hence why I'm also reading this, because this is like the book of Sally Rooney's that I'm like the most intrigued by, even though it is literally the longest book that she's written so far. Truly kind of crazy, not gonna lie. But I am quite curious about it, especially since I did enjoy Beautiful World, Where Are You? And I'm still curious about Normal People, but I'm very hesitant about it. So yeah, that's why I'm like really intrigued to read Intermezzo. It's not my absolute priority to finish reading it this month, especially for how very little I'm even into it. Like, this is how much I've read, and this is how much I gotta go. I don't think I can read all this in like less than 48 hours. So that's why I'm not quite super stressed to finish reading it, but I do want to finish reading it sometime this week though. But one book that I really do want to actually read before Wednesday, which is July 1st, is Nana. Now, this is the 25th anniversary edition, and this is volume 1 of the anniversary edition. And the anniversary edition is actually an omnibus of 2 volumes. So this anniversary edition has volumes 1 and 2 of the original manga, which is kind of cool. And I haven't really read manga in years. The last time I actually read manga was when I was reading Spy Family, and I think that was like 3 years ago, or 2.5 years ago, actually. 2.5 years ago, it's like 2023 when I was trying to read Spy Family. And also when I was finishing up reading Fullmetal Alchemist as well. That's the last time I ever read manga at all. So I want to try reading Nana. I've seen people read it. I've seen people love it. I do know there's also an anime adaptation as well. So I don't know. I don't really know much about it. I just know that there's two Nanas apparently. There's Nana Komatsu and we have Nana Osaki. I think Nana Osaki is one that's in a band, and is Nana Komatsu. I don't know. She's just. I generally don't actually know because I can't see the rest of the synopsis here. I think I have to look up the actual synopsis. But like, yeah, I don't know. They're supposed to like roommates and stuff when they go to Tokyo. Yeah, things about that. I don't really know much else about the story. Like, I genuinely don't know anything that's supposed to like go on in here. All I know is that this is josei manga, slice of life. I think also romance. I think. I mean, I don't know if there's romance. I mean, I think there's definitely deals with romantic relationships for sure, but I have no idea this is actually a romance. I doubt it. Yeah, I have no idea. All I know is this is josei. That's all I really know. And honestly, I think that's all I really need to know. I'll just figure out what's this is about as I go along. But I am very curious to check this out and stuff. And hopefully I do enjoy it. It's only 21. No, is it 21? No, I think it's 27 volumes. Yes, there's 27 volumes, which is as long as Fullmetal Alchemist. And since it's complete, I'm like, okay, cool. Then I can actually invest time to actually read this manga series. Because one thing from Spy Family I've learned is that I don't care for manga series that are not complete. So, yeah. So these are kind of like the priorities for the end of the month, really. More so with Nana, because this book is literally due back at the library on Wednesday. So I could actually start reading this during the sprint. Maybe I should actually, especially since it's manga. I'll get through it way faster than Intermezzo. So yeah, actually, that's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to read Nana, the Anniversary Edition, Volume 1. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. We're going to read this. Once I finish this, then we'll move to Intermezzo, depending how long we go for sprints for. But for sure, Nana, though. I might not even close out these sprints until I actually read this. That's actually probably a better idea. And then way I can, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Which is perfect because timing-wise, I do kind of want to watch more of the World Cup. Like over an hour ago, I was watching, what was I watching? Brazil versus Japan for the knockout stage, round of 32. Like, y'all, that was a really good game. I still feel bad for Japan, though. I do feel bad for Japan. They were up 1-0 at halftime, and then Brazil got those 2 goals. Brazil got their first goal around 60 minutes into the game, and then they had the game-winning goal during like that extra minute time. I think it was like over the 90-minute mark, but with the extra 6 minutes that they had to play. That was gut-wrenching for Japan. I wasn't really rooting for one or the other, but like, I don't know. I just wanted to watch. I didn't have no skin in the game. I was like, let me just watch, you know. And it was just sad seeing Japan when they're up, and it's like, dang, they have not won the knockout stage in their country's history for the FIFA World Cup. And it just really sucked that not only were they up, but they basically just blew it in the second half. That is truly, truly devastating. To be quite honest, it's very devastating for Japan. So I feel bad for them, but I'm very happy for Brazil that they're able to move on to the round of 16, especially since this actually is the first time for the FIFA World Cup that they even got 32 teams for the knockout to start the knockout stage. Because apparently in previous years it's actually 16, which I'm like, oh, I did not know that. Again, I'm very new to the World Cup. Like, I've always known the World Cup existed. I just never actually watched it or really cared much for it. But I don't know. I've been watching sports just in general for the past couple of years. So whenever there's like a big championship, especially on a global stage like the FIFA World Cup, I'm like, well, I gotta at least check it out. So hence why I'm quite kind of invested actually a little bit. As far as who I'm rooting for, I mean, like, I do think the United States men's national team, the hope is that they can make a run. It's going to be very upsetting on Wednesday if they lose to Bosnia. And what's the second part of the country? Sorry, I legitimately do not remember. Hold up. I made like a little bit of a bracket. Oh, come on now. Because I know. What's the name of the country? Okay, I didn't press the full name. Bosnia and Hertz something. Okay, so I didn't make much other note. Fine, whatever. Yeah, so United States men's national team is playing on Wednesday, and if they lose, I will be very upset because how dare you? Like, how dare you? So they should not lose. If they do lose, I'm gonna pretend that the men's national team don't exist. I'm just gonna say that right now. But as far as like to win it all, I have no skin in the game as far as who's gonna win it all. However, I do hope it could be an African nation. That's just what I'm gonna say. I'm hopeful that it's an African nation to win the World Cup. Now, is any of the African nations gonna win the World Cup? Well, I don't know. Unfortunately, South Africa was bounced against Canada, even though it was the first time for both of these teams to be in the knockout stage. So someone has to lose. So it's not South Africa. So we'll see about the other 7, because there's actually 8, but now there's now 7. We'll see if the other 7 can have a chance to at least get to the round of 16, and then we'll see beyond that. Yeah, I think that's all my thoughts right now. Let me catch up on comments because there are people here. Hello, Lola Roo. Okay, why does this look like this? Hold up a second. I don't like how do I change this? Oh, there it is, theme. Okay. Why does it look like this? I don't like that. There we go. I think that's what we talked about. Okay. Hello, salutations. Hello, Glinda. Reading a couple things. Miss Meteor by Taylor Kamiha and A.M. McLemore for Pride Month, and Score by Kennedy Ryan. Oh, you're reading the sequel to Real by Kennedy Ryan. Nice. Okay. Are you enjoying both of the books? You say you're reading a couple of things, so are you enjoying both of them right now? And Lola is reading The Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires by Grady Hendrix. Ooh. I've seen people who really enjoy that book, so I hope you are. If you're not, I hope it gets better for you, or maybe just DNF it. Pretty colors. Yeah, I really like the color scheme I picked to just tab up Intermezzo. I just think it really complements really well with the book, since again, it's very much yellow. And also, I think the US paperback has or maybe it was the Barnes & Noble exclusive edition that also had the red. So I think it was just very fortuitous that I chose them. You've read 3 other Kennedy Ryan books. This is your 4th. First time reading a book from the Hollywood Renaissance series. Wait. And then the other 3 were from Skyline. So you read Before I Let Go, This Could Be Us, and Lifestyle. Can't Get Enough. Not Can't Be Enough. No, Can't Get Enough. Those 3 books. What did you think about that series? I never tried to read the Skyline series. I don't think it's really a series for me specifically, but I see people really enjoy it. So you're reading Score, but you didn't read Real first? Technically they're standalones, but I feel, there are different couples. You're not following the same couple. I don't know. When it comes to romance series, for me, I always like to read in chronological order. Like I just try to read the first book, and then I'll maybe see if I can read the second book. That's just me personally, but what do you think of Scores then, since you are basically starting with Score? Because Real came out first, and then it's Score. But I do know Score is a different kind of romance. It is a second chance romance. And then Real is it's it's kind of a bit of a forbidden romance, even though for me, I think it's more of a like, workplace romance since we are dealing with a film director and a lead actress. To me, that's definitely more a workplace romance. And then Score is literally like second chance romance that they just so happen to work and for the same kind of project that you actually get a lot of context for in real. But I haven't tried to read Score, so I don't know. Like again, I don't know how much like I don't know how much context the book is going to include. It probably could include a lot, not gonna lie, but I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that I've seen people read Score. I've seen people enjoy it. I've seen people not enjoy it. So I'm very curious to see where you like, Linda. Please let us know. What do you think of Score right now? Quarry Minds would like to know. Let's see here. I also need to really work on also some video stuff, but I don't think I'm gonna film right now. Might film later. I don't know yet. I haven't really fully decided just yet. But regardless, though, we should definitely. I think we should start our first sprint. I'm kind of just put it as like an hour. Well, actually, I don't think an hour. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna change it. Hold up. Pomodoro. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I just had to. There we go. Is this how I want to do it? No. No. Actually, that's not too bad. That's actually not too bad, actually. There we go. I can like this screen. We won't leave it up like that. All right, y'all. Our first sprint is going to be 45 minutes. And yeah, let's see. Is it a good time? Yeah, it's a good time. All right. So we're going to start our very first sprint. So happy reading, productivity of the things, and we shall reconvene in 45 minutes. Good luck. Salutations, y'all. The sprint definitely ended like a while ago. Oh, shoot. Okay, well, I needed that to charge this laptop, but I guess we're just gonna have to deal with it until the next sprint. As you saw, there was a short break. We also bled into the short break, which is fine, I think. I did give the dog a nice WALK. We definitely had to be very quick because it was, thankfully, the sun wasn't out for very long. We have a lot of cloud coverage here. So at least we're protected from being completely baked by the sun, but we were definitely being baked from humidity. It is still hot and it's humid. So we had to be very quick because Dakota is more like a winter season breed of a dog. And she does have a longer coat of hair. So I know for sure she was going to be way warmer. Even though she's probably been in Minnesota for like years now. So she's probably used to Minnesota. She's most likely actually used to Minnesota heat and humidity. But like just for her health, and for also any other animal that has to, that you either walk or you go outside with, like please make sure that they're not outside for very long. Make sure they're hydrated. Actually, what kind of took me so long to even come back for the sprint, because I think we came back before the actual sprint ended. Just that when we bled over to break time, I was trying to make sure that she was drinking some water, because I was like, ma'am, I need you to drink water, like please. So I kind of like gave her a couple treats that makes her a little bit more inclined to drink some water. So it worked. Yeah, I've been dog sitting this dog for a while, so I was like, yeah, let me see if I can nudge her a little bit to get some nice cold water. Because it is too warm out there to be drinking lukewarm. Like it had to be like cold water. So did that. Besides that, I did start officially reading Nana. Okay, sorry. Nope, this way. Okay, there we go. I didn't really even get far. I didn't even finish reading this first section here, which actually I think it follows. Let's see. How long is this section? This is a long bit here, but also. Okay, so this whole section of the manga here, we're following and we're just getting a lot of like info stuff on the first Nana we're encountering, Nana Komatsu. We're just figuring out about basically her shenanigans, her life. Basically a bit of a introduction to Nana Omatsu. Basically like her life and stuff, which I think that Nana is this one. I think that this is the Nana we're following right now in the beginning here. Um, I think I actually don't know. Maybe this is just backstory. This might be a backstory kind of thing. Because I'm trying to figure out exactly, but definitely we're just getting some just basic knowledge on Nana Amatsu here. Basically the one thing I know about this Nana is that she's right now heartbroken of a relationship to a married man. So basically she was a mistress and he had to cut it off because he had to he's being transferred to Tokyo for his job, and she's just like with her friend right now, and she's crying about the tears with the relationship because she really liked the guy, even though I'm like, but man, why on earth would you really love this guy when he's already married? Like he had a whole wedding ring on, even though he's definitely not faithful to his partner for sure. So like I already knew such a relationship was definitely not gonna last. I was like, child, that's not gonna last. But I think this is in reflection. We're just here as like the manga reader right now, just like to get a sense of like the Nana right now. And I think the next chapter here is gonna be about the other Nana and like her starting point. That way, when we get to the proper actual story, then we get to know more about where the story is going. Which, to the looks of it, actually, I think the very first volume of Nana might actually be just learning about the two Nanas, like which Nana's who and their life story. Because when I get to the second half of this bind up here, which is volume 2, that's actually when we get to chapters. And I'm like, okay, so the very first volume is just like we're just getting the backstory of these characters. I think the real story doesn't really actually start until volume 2, which I think is fine. That way, we can get like a lot of information about the 2 Nana. So, yeah, I'm definitely intrigued, and I'm like, dang, we already done with mess. We just started. We already talking about messy stuff already. You know what? This is what I want. See, this is what I want. I want some mess because I've been seeing so many people watching Love Island USA. People talk about it. I don't want real life mess. I'm not trying to deal with real people and they mess. I'm like, child, no, because that's gonna give me a freaking headache. Like, I truly believe I would actually develop a migraine watching Love Island USA. Maybe because like I will just be like, what's going on, and then I just hurt my head so much. But also just like I don't want to do the shenanigans of a show like that. I just don't want to do it. But this though, some fictional mess. Oh yeah, give me the mess in fiction because that way I can feel like there's distance. There's a lot more distance. Like it still can be inspired by like, real life things because of course people like this do this in real life, but also it's just like I want to do the mess that I don't have to worry about seeing you ever maybe on the street somewhere. You know what I mean? That's how I feel. So yeah, great. Looking forward to it. Again, I'm only like a few pages in, but like it feels nice reading manga again. Like I've not read manga in a while, y'all, and it does feel nice reading it again and getting the flow of the story and remembering how like read the manga panels again. Loving it. So yeah, this is definitely going to be the book I am reading for today, and I feel as though I should not end the sprints until I actually finish this. That's the plan. That's the plan for today. Now, granted, I do have sprints scheduled for tomorrow as well. That's for tomorrow. But yeah, I do hope though I do finish reading this though sooner than later because I still want to watch, what was it? Netherlands versus Morocco? Yeah, they're playing is it 8 p.m. Central or is it 7 p.m. Central? I generally don't remember. Hold up. I should figure that out now, actually. Let me figure that out right now. Because I want to figure that out. Because I actually do want to watch it. Now, if I miss it, then, I miss it. But, like, I kind of want to watch it. Where they are in the bracket. I think it is supposed to be 8 p.m. Central. Yeah, it's supposed to be 8 p.m. Central. So basically, I have until 8:15 or so to read this. I think that's doable. That should be pretty doable. Anyways, what we have in comments. Okay, YouTube feature of the emoji doesn't give the same effect. What? I actually don't know what emoji you're referring to now, but hey, hi. Hey, Nat. Sorry, I did not make any announcement or anything on Instagram. I kind of forgot about to do that. I might still do that, but I might still forget to do that. But regardless, though, how are you doing? Are you studying? Are you still studying for your anatomy and physiology class and stuff? I think you have that class coming up later on this week. So that's what you're working on, let me know. Or if you're reading, if you're just taking a break from studying, then you're reading, or maybe you're working on something else. I don't know. Anyone else as well. If you just came in, please let me know what you're reading, what you're working on. Again, Nana, this is the 25th anniversary edition, volume 1. So this is a bind up, an omnibus, basically, of volumes 1 and 2. So yeah. That's what I'm reading. No, it did not go through like at all. That's why I'm like, wait, where is it? Because like all I see is like my thing that I took the dog on a walk, and then I see something about emoji, and I'm like, huh? So yeah, I have no idea what you said before that bit. So unfortunately, it did not show like at all, unfortunately. Okay, you are doing your anatomy and physiology stuff, digestive system. Ooh, okay. About all that. Ugh. I don't remember much about the digestive system at all when I learned about it was this in middle school? I forgot. Sure, I don't remember. But oof. All right. Digestive system. Intestines, the stomach. There's something about a liver and kidneys. I'm trying to think about all the organs as part of your digestive system. I know for sure liver, kidneys, stomach, the intestines. That's it. I don't know what else. Oh, the melting face. Wait, is it melting face? Hold up. Let me see. Let's see. Is there anything about melting? Oh, I think I found it. Let me see how it looks on YouTube if I sent it. I think that's it, right? Dakota, ma'am. Okay, here she is barking. Hold up, y'all. I gotta stop the dog from barking again. All right, sorry about that. She'll probably bark again. But I think this is the melting face emoji. But yes, it is indeed hot and humid. Very much on the humidity. I don't like dry heat, but at least with dry heat, you can just easily cool yourself off with a fan, you know? Just get something, just fan yourself. But like with humidity, you're sticky. You're just blowing hot air. And I hate it. I'm like, you're just bringing up the humidity. I hate humidity. That's what happens when you're part of the state of over 10,000 lakes. You know, around bodies of water. You just got to deal with humidity. Pancreas. I forgot about the pancreas. I keep forgetting the pancreas is even an organ, and I don't generally even know what the pancreas is supposed to do. Like, what is the pancreas supposed to do? I don't know what it's supposed to do. Mouth and esophagus. Okay, fine. Yes, it's all that's technically speaking part of it. Sure. Yes. But I don't know. I felt that was already a given, but fair enough. Yes, mouth, esophagus, so it can get to the stomach. Pancreas was pretty much the only one I really missed. I don't even know what the pancreas is supposed to do. Like, I think liver. Isn't your liver? I know for sure. If you drink a lot of alcohol, your liver, you like ruin your liver. I don't know why or how. Again, I don't know anything about anatomy and physiology. So I'm not quite sure what the liver does. I just know like if you drink a lot of alcohol, it does that. And your kidneys. Oh wait, I forgot. What about bladder? Doesn't bladder be part of the digestive system, or is that a different system? See, this is why I cannot be a doctor, because I'm like, what does this organ do in the body? I'm like, what does this organ do? I don't know. That's why I'm like, wait, the pancreas is part of the digestive system. So is then the bladder not part of it? What part? Then where's the bladder part? The bladder is part of some sort of system of the body. What is that system called? Because like, I know the bladder is very important, of course, when you trying to pee and stuff, but like, I don't remember what that system is called. I generally don't remember. I don't know. I just read about the pancreas and I already forgot what it is. See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm like, what is the I'm stirring this up. Pancreas. Because first of all, also though, like, Nat, you're the one who's studying this stuff. The pancreas is a gland located behind the stomach that plays a crucial part in digestion and blood sugar regulation. The pancreas is responsible for your blood sugar stuff? Okay. It produces digestive enzymes and hormones like insulin and glucagon to manage blood sugar levels. Oh, so then if you're like diabetic, then is that like important? Like, if you're trying to figure out what your if you're like diabetic, is the pancreas then very helpful then to like know about your blood sugar levels and like your doctor to make sure like that stuff is like good and stuff? Is that what it's supposed to be? Interesting. Right, because it has enzymes to deal with digestion and hormones to control amount of sugar. Well, it's hormonal. And I guess it doesn't really have to do anything about diabetes then, since it's more of hormonal. All right, I also forgot the gallbladder. So the pancreas is supposed to be behind the stomach, but it's right there where your gallbladder and around your small intestine. What? So it supports organs like your heart, liver, and kidneys. Sorry, I'm looking at the clevelandclinic.org. That's why I'm getting some of this information, just to be like so fair with y'all, because honestly, I genuinely have no idea about anything about the pancreas, like at all. Okay, so right, the bladder is urinary. That's what it's called, urinary system. Thank you. That's what it's called. I know it's some system. I still remember which one. Okay. Oh, it's on the anatomy part of the reading. I'm about to start the physiology part. Okay. All right. To be fair. Okay. That was completely random tangent on a pancreas and what that means. But yeah, I got nothing else. So yeah, for the next, I guess, few hours, I'm going to try to read as much of Nana as I can. Now, granted, if I don't finish reading all of this before 8 p.m. Central, that's fine. I'll just keep reading until I basically finish it. Because I don't have any skin in the game regarding the Netherlands versus Morocco for later on today. However, I do want to like root for African nations to hopefully advance as well to the round of 16 and beyond. Because I don't know. I mean, when was the last time an African nation won the World Cup? Actually, let me see if I can actually look up stuff about the World Cup, because I don't know much about much of the history of who won. Let me actually look that up like right now. Let's look that up. Let's see. When was the last time an African nation? Oh, shoot. At least for the men's World Cup. Because another thing too is that like I'm learning about the World Cup that the men play and there's women. And I'm like, I did not know that the World Cup was played between men and women. Now, granted, this year is the men's World Cup. Next year is the women's World Cup. And I know, and I also have learned, but like I've learned as well, thanks to the men's World Cup, that in the women's World Cup, the United States women's national team is really, really good and have won like the most World Cup finals. So that's really cool. Really cool to see that for the women's national team for next year. But for this year, we'll see how the men do, since United States has never won. I don't think the United States has even been to the World Cup final. Yeah, as a country, for the men, they have never been to the World Cup final. The closest United States has been to the World Cup final was actually from the very first World Cup, where unfortunately they had to play for the third place game, and they won the third place game. But that was the very first one back in 1930. So not a lot of teams really participated in that World Cup, but yeah, United States have not gone really far, at least for the men. So yeah, I don't wanna. Yeah, don't wanna. It's just a lot. So far, though, the most dominant country for the World Cup for the men is so far Brazil. Brazil is up there. Let's see if we can get an African nation. I think it'd be really, really cool if an African nation can actually win the World Cup, or to even be in it, actually, because even looking at it, there's not even an African nation that's even been to one, let alone win one. The only African nation to even be in the third place, it's actually not many teams. Let's see, how many African nations were in the third place game? At least that I know for sure that I know is an African nation. It's Morocco, and that's from the last World Cup, is Morocco. So the chances of an African nation to even make it to even the third, just even make it to even like semis, to see if you can get to the World Cup final and the third place game is looking very, very slim. But you know what? It's fine. It's it's fine. It's fine. It's also expanded, so I hope there's better chances. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, y'all. That's all. I just went into a World Cup now tangent. Let's actually get right back into it. Let's get to the next sprint. Um, there we go. Yeah, let's go back to the half screen. I actually kind of really like this half screen thing we got here. Yeah. Anyways, let's start the next sprint. Happy reading productivity of the things, and I'll see you all in 45 minutes. And good luck. Salutations. That was the end of the second sprint. Please let me know in the chat how far you've gone in your reading, if you were reading or if you were working on something. Let me find the comment. There we go. You just joined. I've started reading Nana, volume 1 of the 25th anniversary edition, but this is a bind up of 2 volumes. So I'm still in the middle of the very first volume in this bind up. And I'm definitely starting to get a little bit invested, not gonna lie. I've finally got a little bit further into it. I don't know how many pages I'm into this because again, there's the page numbers is hard to figure out. Okay, looks like I'm less than 40 pages into it. Okay, it's just a little bit over 30. All right, cool. Yeah, cool. So I've gotten to the point in the story where Komatsu Nana or Nana Komatsu is her last name, but I'm gonna go with Komatsu so I can keep track of the 2 Nanas since this is falling with 2 Nanas actually. Komatsu Nana, I'm in the part where she is starting her first year at art school and she's with her friend. I learned a lot about her past I guess romantic encounters, I should really say. And there's only one in particular that really was actually a relationship, even though it was not a really good relationship, but she was in a relationship once and she actually fell in love with a guy and it ended in heartbreak. Yeah, it's just a lot about that, honestly. And then her starting college, she is very much boy crazy. She's very much just boys, falling in love and stuff. And I don't it's definitely not relatable to me, at all, as far as not only just being boy crazy, but just finding men so you can fall not just find in love, but just easily falling in love or getting infatuated with men. And she doesn't really know the difference between infatuation and love. Even the guy that she was kind of in a relationship with that secret relation with who is married and stuff, it's not really a relationship. She didn't even know if the guy that she was really with was being honest with her. She had no idea at all. And I think it's just really sad, not gonna lie. I do I feel sad for her, to be honest. I do not know if I don't really know quite much of her home situation. I don't know. I just trying to understand why she feels like she's having this need to find love when really she's just infatuated with this man. She doesn't really know anything about this man. She just thinks that they're cute and hot, and she's already feels like she's head over heels, and it's just ma'am, ma'am, that's not what love is. You're infatuated. This is all infatuation. So I don't know. We'll see how as the manga series progresses, where that goes. But at least as far as right now, I'm still intrigued with the story, even though I definitely do not relate to the main character at all. But I do feel bad for her. I have some sympathy for her though, not gonna lie. But I don't know. I'm just gonna keep going. We'll see where this goes. We'll see how long it takes for me to even finish reading the very first volume in this bind up. Only time will tell on that one. We shall see. Hello, Helena. Salutations. You said you're reading chapter 3 in what book? You didn't mention what book you're quite reading, but glad to know you started reading something. You made it 6% or 36 pages in, but you're 6% of the book, so that's pretty good. Saying hi to Glenda. Hello, Julie. Making dinner for the boys. Listening to the Tapestry of Fate by Shani Chakraborty, which is the sequel to The Adventures of Amina Al Sarafi. Trying to finish 2 books for a Terror Readathon before the end of the month. Whew, good luck to you on that one. And to be quite honest, I also was like, yeah, same. But I do doubt that I'm gonna make it because I've been watching some World Cup matches. But hey, I'm still determined. Then they asked me like what I'm trying to read. I'm trying to read, for those also who's new as well, just join. I started reading Nana, but I have been reading Intermezzo the past couple of days. And like, I'm not very far into it. As you can see, I got some tabs. Yeah, this is how much I got into it. This is how much I got left. And I kind of like have my tabs like right here, which is around the midpoint. It's not technically speaking the middle of the book, but like it's around the midpoint of the book. And that's for part 1. These chapters are long, okay? Part 1 is 8 chapters long, and the part 1 ends at like around 200 pages. This is a very long book with very long chapters. So, yeah. But still though, I am intrigued with this. I still want to continue on reading it. It's just taking me a little bit longer to read it. Because again, it's literary fiction, it's contemporary lit fic, and it's a very long contemporary lit fic. It's like 450 pages. So definitely something that's going to take me a while to read, but I'm going to remain patient with it. I'm not going to try to like rush myself into reading it. But yeah, these are like the 2 books that I'm hoping to finish before July 1st. But is that going to happen? Probably not, because it's taking me a while to even read Nana right now. I'm getting a little bit distracted. But also though, like I'm reading, I think, a pretty solid speed, especially since I'm trying to like understand what's going on here and stuff. So yeah, most likely though, I'm probably going to finish reading Nana before the end of the month, especially since I actually have to finish it before the end of the month because this book is due on Wednesday back to the library. So that's why I need to rush with this one. Yeah, good luck, right? And so you're not only reading the Tapestry of Fate, but you're also reading David Mungo God Hunter, right? By Suyi Davis Okumbowa, right? Because I tried reading that book like I think a couple of years ago, and I think I soft DNF'd it. I still want to come back to it because it's like a god punk West African fantasy book, and I want to read it. I really do. Although my issue though with the David Mogo God Hunter though is that it is written in first person present, and that is a particular tense that like I have a hard time with. I still want to give it a shot though, because like I think that's really purposeful to be first person present, but I don't know. So please let us know. Please let me know what you think about it. I would like to know what you think. We're saying hi to each other. Oh, this is just one with the capitalization. Okay, cool. Oh, I keep forgetting that people don't be knowing that I got my hair done like a couple weeks ago. Actually, this way. I have braids. I have some nice cornrows. They're black, but it does go as well to purple and pink. This is the hair for those who do not know. Apologies. I keep forgetting that not everyone knows that I got my hair done. My bad. And it is indeed with some color. I mean, I did have this done in June, and this is actually the first time I've ever had like hair like this, actually, with like the shifting of the colors. I just like really like it. I don't know. I think I just really like it. And I like the fact that it's like this purple to this nice pink as well. I think it's just really like perfect for like Pride Month. So this is the hair. Like here, thank you. Because they're new to me. Yeah, this is also new for me as well. Like I've never had hair like this, like at all. And I really like it. I think this is definitely my go-to for sure. And also want to find other hair kind of like this, but with different colorway. So something for me to look forward to in the future as well. But yeah, this is the hair, y'all. So again, in case you missed it, this is the hair. And I love it. It's perfect for summer. Like this is a summer vibe kind of color way as well. Okay, you're liking it. The world is interesting, and you like the character. Okay, okay. Oh, nope. Hold up. Sorry, the timer. A short break went off. Wait, what? Oh, okay. That's just a random. That was a random thing. Cool. All right. Well, that's good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. You're liking the character and stuff. I definitely really want to try it. Now, another thing too, though, with that is that I also wanted to find the audiobook, but I don't think the audiobook is available to borrow anywhere. I can't remember if it was an audio exclusive, if there's just no audiobook at all. Let me actually just see if I can just look up the author name. That's right, the ebook is available. Okay. It was showing me only. Okay, so it's only showing me the ebook for David Mongo God Hunter. Great. Okay, fine. Well, one day then I'm just gonna put it on my tag things as far as something to read in the future. But I'll give it another shot again because I do really want to read it. I don't read a lot of god punk fantasy, but when I do, I usually try to find ones that are like African god punk, and I tend to usually find West African god punk fantasy more often than not. But I definitely want to like I don't know. I guess I want to like find more god punk fantasy books. Like a world that's filled with gods. Which in a way when you really think of nope, I should not go that way. I was like, wait, do I want to go that route? Nope, I'm not gonna go that route. Even though nope, it's a mythology, so that's why it's different. That's why it's mythology. Okay. Anyways, I kept that comment to myself because I don't think that was accurate. I'm not trying to anger anyone. I love the colors. Yeah, same here. Like when I saw this in the store, I was like, yes, this is the hair. This is the hair that I want. I just knew that this has to be the hair, especially for this time of year. Just perfect. Totally love it for me. Okay, we should definitely start, I believe, the next experiment. Oh, oops, wrong tab. Mm, nope. Mm, nope. The half screen works better. There we go. Yeah, I'm really liking this half screen. I should have done this stuff more often. Regardless, though, we should definitely start our next sprint. Hopefully, I can actually get much further into. I do hope I can get much further into this first volume. Maybe I can even get to like the second half of this volume as well. Because I don't know. Yeah, I think I want to get the second half, which is a bit of a chunk. Let me see if I can get like read through this much of the manga. Let's see if I can in the next 45 minutes. Wish me luck on that one. Anyways, happy reading productivity, all the things, and good luck to whatever you're working on or reading. Salutations, y'all. That was the end of I think, our third sprint. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. How's the end of the third sprint? We're on our third break here. And I have not made that much progress in the manga of Nana. Oh, excuse me. Because I actually had to eat some dinner. I was actually getting hungry. So, yeah, that kind of took up my time there. So, unfortunately, no actual progress. And I doubt I'm going to even get through halfway through this. I don't know. I'm not reading this manga as fast as I thought I was going to, but maybe maybe I need to like temper my expectations because I really thought I was really gonna like start flying through this. Like, oh, I'm gonna read and fly through it, but actually, I'm not flying through it. And maybe it's actually I don't even think it's really a bad thing like at all that I'm not flying through it. I think I'm just like really taking it in as far as like um following Komatsu Nana, just like seeing how she's trying to like move through the world, how she's trying to be a better person, but she is definitely still like heartbroken from this one guy that is definitely trash. But like it was time speaking like her first love, even though I don't think it's actually really love. Again, I truly believe it was just infatuation. Um, but also the like she actually did experience heartbreak, and that is grief, and that hurts. So even though I'm like, girl, but I'm also just like, but dang, girl, like, seriously, this guy? But also it's just like, girl. I feel sorry for you. I think things are going to get better. I mean, I don't know. I generally have no idea where this story is even going to go, like, at all. All I know is that we're going to deal with a lot of relationship drama stuff. So, yeah. But it's fine though. Actually, I'm very curious about this. Also, Komatsu Nana also has like I think a pretty good friend. I like her friend, Junko. Yeah, I like her friend. I think her friend is helping her out emotionally here. Like she's definitely a realist for sure, and she's definitely not a love at first sight kind of girl like at all. Like I think can I mean I can definitely easily understand Junko more than uh Komatsu Nana, but honestly, I'm starting to understand Komatsu Nana a little bit more, so that's good. I will say this manga is definitely like very interesting. I'm very fascinated as far as like the emotional, just like seeing where Nana is trying to like deal with her emotions and deal with heartbreak and try to understand like even having a male friend. Like she never even had male friends. She's trying to actually have male friends just to like I don't know because I think also that having male friends will just help her to like really know the difference between infatuation and love a little bit more, and just also just having a good platonic bond. Um, I think that would be really helpful for her. I think so. Yeah, not a lot of thoughts on this right now since it's slow going, but also I think that's just fine. Anyways, how far have y'all gone in your reading? Any reading? Any particular updates? Did y'all have dinner? Well, I had some dinner. I'm not done with my dinner though. My dinner's just over there. Um, y'all let me know. Let's see, I think the break is still going. Okay, yeah. Yeah, y'all let me know. If not, then I'll just skip the break so we can start our fourth sprint. Wait, is the fourth sprint going to be our last sprint? Mm, mm. Me thinking about it, I'm like, is the next sprint our last sprint? I don't know. I don't know yet. Oh, hey Julie. I don't know. I'm trying to debate if the next sprint is going to be our last sprint or we're going to do one more sprint. I haven't fully decided yet. I don't know yet. Dinner and the babies. Of course, of course. I mean, prioritize the babies, prioritize the babies. And of course, dinner, because I also was prioritizing dinner that sprint as well. So no worries about that. I'm just trying to figure out how much can I realistically finish another book this month, Because I really want to finish reading this, which I still think I can. I just want to do other things as well. So my brain's just like, last sprint or two more? Probably last sprint, actually. Now that I really think about it. Yeah, I didn't read much, and that's up to you. Yeah. Have some stuff to do once the boys are in bed, of course. Of course. Those babies take priority. Yeah. But I do think the next sprint is probably going to be the last sprint. Because part of me really does want to watch the Netherlands versus Morocco game. And that does start at like 8 p.m. Central. So I do want to be able to watch that, which I don't know if I'm going to like watch or if it's going to be like something I have in the background. Like, I don't know. It depends on how intriguing it is. But since I'm kind of getting back a little bit to watching some sports, probably will interest me more than I think. Which honestly, not a bad thing at all. Not bad at all. Besides, I think my true goal, honestly, is just reading. Um, the very first volume in his bind up, which is like right here in the middle here, which I think I can still do before I actually go to bed. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. It's gonna be our final sprinty sprint. Let me get it up. Half screen. There we go. Yeah, exactly. Then we'll do our chat, and then it should be good to go. All right, y'all. This is gonna be the final sprint. If this thing can load up for me. There we go. Final sprint, y'all. So happy reading productivity, all the things, and we shall reconvene in 45 minutes. Good luck. Salutations, y'all. That was the end of our final sprint. How was the sprint for y'all? Got any much reading done? I definitely made some progress into Nana. I think I'm actually halfway through the very first volume now. I finally went through Nana Komatsu's story. Like now I got like enough of backstory with her, where she is now, and stuff. Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see because at the end for her, um, she does meet this guy and she ends up like having a relationship with him, but he's a long distance guy, so they're having a relationship long distance. So I'm kind of curious to see where that's gonna go. If that really, because I don't know, I just think the basis of that kind of their relationship, I'm just not very sold on it. So we'll see how that one goes for her. But now I've gone to the start of the next part here where we're gonna know about what's her last name? Nana Osaki. Yes, or Osaki Nana, as one would say. Osaki Nana. So let's learn about her. And it looks like she's in a rock scene. She looks like a musician. So this one's interesting. I know, I'm kind of just like, And it looks like there's bits regarding like Junko. So yeah, I'm very, very curious. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. Sorry, I was just trying to look because I feel like the I feel like a lot of these sprayed edges because this omnibus edition has these sprayed edges, and I feel like the sprayed edges, if you especially look from here, are like showing certain parts of like the story. I think so. I was trying to see if that's the case or is it just for aesthetic purposes, but it might actually show me where the start and end of the volumes are, even. Actually, it's kind of cool. I don't know. But so far, I'm indeed enjoying this. I'm very curious to see where this is going to go. But yeah, this is messy. This is going to be messy. I can just tell that this is going to be a lot of things. Like, characters are definitely flawed, okay? But I'm intrigued where this is going to go, which is great for me because again, I have been wanting to read manga for a while. So I think I might have my manga series, but I'm gonna try not to uh put it to stone just yet, just in case. But for right now, I'm intrigued. Helena has returned. Took dinner, shower, and foot soak break. Oh, dang. You hurt your toe? Dang. I'm sorry, Nat. I'm glad you at least got some food. You're showered, and then you're make sure that your foot, is a nice soak. A little bit more than halfway through the Tapestry of Fate, and you're meal prepping for work this upcoming week. Nice. Wow, 55%. That's great. Um, I think my mid-year book tag video, I said that the Tapestry of Fate is one of the new releases that I've yet to actually read. And like honestly, I'm generally just waiting for the audiobook. I'm waiting for the audiobook. I don't even own the second book physically because I'm kind of waiting for the paperback to come out because I actually own The Adventures of Mina El Sarafi as a paperback. So I kind of want the books to be in the same format, and it only makes sense to me to get them both in paperback. So I will not have a physical copy of the Tapestry of Fate for a long while. But hopefully the paperback is out sometime next year. Actually, maybe that's something actually I can hold up. Let me see if I can, because if someone wanted to actually even pre-order the paperback, let me see if I can. The Tapestry of Fate. Hold on, I want to see that's even an option, so I actually know when. It's showing me about a large print paperback. I don't want large print. Oh wow. Oh yeah, you're listening to the audio. Of course, it's really good. It's on your library. Oh, it is. The audiobook is available through my library. I'm just like months away from it, according to Libby. Yep. See, this is how long. I'm 54th in line. I started at 65th, but I'm 54th in line, and it's 159 people waiting for 10 copies. Now, it just says my library has acquired 3 more copies, but yeah, this is where I'm at, Julie. Like, this is where I'm at. I placed this on June 2nd. That's kind of my bad for waiting that long to place on the hold on the audiobook, but still, it's so far away for me to get it. Because, like, look, I placed a hold for the audiobook of The Intrigue by Sylvia Moreno Garcia. That book doesn't even come out to July 14th. And look at me being smart, putting myself early, 1 copy, 15th in line. See, this is what I'm supposed to do. But I didn't do that with A Tapestry of Fate. That was me being dumb. Now, granted, the book was coming out when I was in school, so I didn't think of it that way. But still, that was me being dumb. Just to do this stuff way sooner so I can have a chance to get it sooner. But I didn't do it. It's okay. We're gonna be fine. It's fine. It's fine. Also, hello. Yes, we're saying hi. We got Halsey 6 for some reason. That's fine. I know. But like, it's fine. Honestly, I'm kind of been in a rut right now with fantasy anyway, so it's probably for the best that I don't even have it. Like, I'm getting more interested in like reading sci-fi more so than like actual fantasy, which is so weird. I'm like, sci-fi now? I guess. Like, I was reading sci-fi before, but I rarely read sci-fi. I read more horror. Like, as far as speculative fiction is concerned, it was always fantasy first, horror second, sci-fi third. But now I'm less so on fantasy now. Still haven't read much horror, but like it's sci-fi first, fantasy second, horror maybe third, or maybe fantasy might be third. I don't know. I haven't even read a single horror book, so technically speaking, I guess horror is bottom of the tier right now. And even though technically speaking, I have not read that much sci-fi, but I'm way more interested in picking up sci-fi at this point of the year than I was before, which I think is interesting. I don't know what's up with that, actually. I don't know what's making me go, oh, let's read some sci-fi. I don't know. I literally work in a library talking about a brain fart. It's okay, Julie. It is how it is. Yes, how you and the boys? Joelle just went to bed, but they're getting bigger and say more words. Of course, as they grow up, it's just so adorable seeing them start moving around the world on their own and trying to be independent, even though they still can't quite do things, and especially speaking. Like, honestly, it's so wild to me when I think of young children and how much they can actually speak, the vocabulary. Except for one of the favorite word right now is no. Of course. When a child learns about the word no, it's like, you gotta do this. It's like, no. No. And I'm like, I'm glad you understand the word no, but also like, I don't think you really understand the word no. You just like to say it's hilarious. I would have read The Girl with 1,000 Faces by now if it weren't for Natalie Noss. Julie, you and me both. You and me both. I would love to have read The Girl with 1,000 Faces because I was like, ooh, this sounds super cool. I did try to read The Book Eaters. I didn't at the time. This was like, I think back when the book first came out, I soft DNF'd it. And I still want to read it. I kind of forgot about the book, not gonna lie, existence for a good long minute. But then I saw The Girl with 1,000 Faces. I was like, oh my gosh, I want to read this. However, I can't read it as an audiobook because of Natalie Nonis. I'm like, dang, damn it. Right now, I have it on hold as an ebook. Now, it is on suspended time because, again, fantasy. But I think this is more historical than fantasy. I think. It's gothic, so there's that, but they're also we're talking about spirits and ghosts and stuff, so that could definitely more fantasy. But I do still have it on hold though, so like I'm still in line for this, and as you can see, I'm first in line, and my wait time is about 2 weeks. So whenever I'm ready, I'll be able to get it right away, or at least very very soon, very very quickly. So yeah, I have this on as a suspended hold right now as an ebook. I know it's going to take me a while to read it. And right now, my eyeball reading has gone to physical. So it's not much digital these days. So I shall get to that hopefully this year. Hopefully. My brother went through the phase, but whenever someone told him no, he said, "Don't don't tell me that word." Like, no, because it's like every time a child finds out with that word, it's like I'm gonna use it all the time so I can get what I want. I'm like, that's not how that works. It's hilarious. Let they stand up for himself, but I have to change your diaper, dude. Like, seriously. There's things like, no, bro, this has to happen. I know you say you trying to say so, I'm a bit of a Tommy, I get it, but like, buddy, your diaper needs changing. It needs to happen. Otherwise, you're gonna get a rash. So that happened. May try because I read Red City with Natalie Knox, and then she was tall, but it could have been because she wasn't the only narrator. I think it's really because she's not the only narrator. That's like multi narrators. I think she's the only narrator for the girl with the 1,000 faces. I think. Let me double check. Let me check the audiobook. The audiobook doesn't seem so long either. It's like 13 hours. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's she's the only audiobook narrator. I can't do it if it's just her. I cannot do it. I think theoretically I could do it if she's with other she's like part of a cast of narrators. Like maybe I could read Red City because another part of me was like, I don't want to read Red City because Nelly Nadas narrates the audiobook and I'm over an audiobook mood. But maybe I will try to read Red City by Marie Lu because I know the sequel's coming out next year, right? Hold up, actually. Red City, Marie Lu. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's part of the new Alchemist series. Is that a trilogy or duology? I don't know. What's the sequel called again? Silver Dawn. Hmm. I don't know. Maybe I'll read Red City. Maybe. I haven't fully decided yet. I'm debating on it. Because it does. Because I remember when it came out last year, I was like, this does sound interesting. But then I saw Natalie Nona's narrate the audiobook, and I was like, yeah, at least one of the narrators. And I was like, well, nice knowing me. I was like, well, nice knowing you. Move on. But I don't know. I could still like give it a shot, I think. Read it low because I don't like the audio. That's the thing. Like, I hate reading a book low because of the format. Even though really that's kind of part of reading a book. Especially if I get like ARCs or an ALC. Because I'm just like, well, that's kind of part of it. It's like the format of it all. But like I really don't want because like, oh, I know I don't like this narrator, so then I'm gonna rate it low. It's like, bruh. So oh gosh. But I think with Red City, since she's not the only narrator, I could get through that one. But it will be a little bit annoying if I don't like the narration. Although, actually, let me see. Also, oh wait, Eunice Wong is also a narrator. I'm finding out that I don't like Eunice Wong's narration either. So that's already 2 for 2 that I don't like. Sid Segar, actually, I really enjoy it. But Andre Satana, I don't know anything about. So it looks like I'm going to be 50-50 on audiobook narrators I'm going to rock with and audiobook narrators I'm not going to rock with. So probably best if I am going to read Red City by Marie Lu, I'd probably go with the ebook. Yeah, that's what it's looking like to me. Okay, no audiobook for me. But Chloe, this child has no fear. Oh my gosh. No fear? This She tries to dive off the couch face first and cries when you pull her back. I'm like, babe, I promise you'd be more miserable if I let you do that, right? Because I'm like, what? Not her being like, I want to do face first. And it's like, you pull her back, like, why you let him know? Why didn't you let me be great? I'm like, let you be great. Child, you are going to be crying even more so. That's how I be looking at children. I'm like, you are crying right now. Well, I'm trying to let you know to do something. I'm going to let you right now. If I let you do what you're going to do, what you really want to do, you are going to be crying even more so. Okay, you will have a greater reason to be crying. Don't do this to yourself. Like what the oh my gosh. No fear is crazy, but also just like trying to dive out of the couch face first is wild to me. Cause no. Child, no. Hmm. Enjoy the Red Sea, but I don't know if you would like it. Heavy fantasy and the romance, while I enjoyed it, has some heavy flaws. Oh yeah, that's another thing. It also has the romance tag, which I was like, might be a pass. Sorry. Yeah, it might be a pass with that one. All right, I guess then Red Sea is just gonna be one of those books. I was like, I was anticipating it for a bit, because I was curious about it, and then I was like, never mind. So, that's fair. That's pretty fair. The boys are the same. Child, what's with young children? They try to like do something like some wild stuff, and you tell them like, no, you ain't gonna do that, and it's like, what? But I want. I'm like, child, I'm telling you right now, you're gonna be have a real reason to be crying if I let you do that. You crying right now, you're really gonna be crying if you tried. Like you really want to mess around and find out? No. My job, other adults' job is make sure that you don't mess around and be finding out the hard way. Okay. But little kids just want to figure out the world, so they try to figure out things the hard way. And I'm like, no. Carousel Red City. Mary Lou is so hit or miss for me though. I've actually have never read anything from this author. I've always seen people talk about because of what was it, the Warcross series or something like that? I think that's the books, but yeah, I can imagine being hit or miss. I've seen people been hit or miss with her books before. The funny thing is that she'll run and then fall and just say, "Uh-oh," and giggle and start running again. And oh my gosh, I thought Kid was a lot of energy, but this one is a new level. Oh my god. This is what you really mean by no fear. Like she really says okay, I'm gonna run. Oh, I fell. Uh-oh. Okay, I fell. Oh well, I'm gonna get up and do it again anyways. Truly no fear. That's some fearless energy. And I look, that is like as scary as that is, it's kind of the kind of people we need more in the world. I mean, I'm just saying. Maybe we need people to be a little bit more fearless, just a little bit. But like, ooh, that's that scary to see as a little kid because you're just like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh geez, though. Exactly, you just kind of just gotta let them scrape up the knees, mitigate harm, not hurt. Exactly, because like they do try so hard. Because again, they are trying to just understand the world for themselves, and when you tell them something that they don't understand, it's like, well, how will you know? I mean, I'm trying to figure out the world, and I feel like I know, but also I don't know at the same time. But I want to find out myself. And you're just like, don't mess around to find out. I'm trying to let you know because I messed around and found out, and I found out the hard way. I'm trying to warn you so you don't find out the hard way. And it's just like, why? You know, just why? They're both very cute, though, and I love them. Kid is starting to read it on her own now, and Chloe can say, Nat book. Aw, that's so cute. Dang, read on their own. Dang, they really do grow up so fast. Wow. Proud aunt. Yeah, very cute. This is from the Virgo Sun and Moon, though. It's gotta be the Scorpio rising. Maybe. Maybe is that few. Sorry, that was the timer. from the long break. Oh my gosh. But the Virgo sun and moon, though, my gosh. Look, I'm Virgo rising, and I can only imagine. And like, my mom is definitely Virgo sun. Actually, is my sibling? No. Probably is. No. Okay. I'm just thinking, I was like, wait, do I have anyone in my family who's a Virgo sun? I don't think so. Although, how do I really know? No, no one does. I'm like, do what? Yeah, I know. No. But this is from the Virgo sun and moon. Yeah, it's gotta be the Scorpio rising. Probably. Maybe that's where the fearless energy is coming from. Probably. That's probably what it is. Anyways, I think that's it, y'all. I think time's to hit the hay or do whatever you want to do. The World Cup match has definitely started. I'm not in a rush to like start watching it, but I do feel proud though by how much I've read. I read this much of the manga. Very proud of that. Part of me kind of wants to keep reading to know about this other Nana at least before I start watching the World Cup. So yeah, I think my goal is to actually get to like halfway through. I think that's my goal. Read half of this omnibus so then I can read the other half tomorrow. I think that's what it is. I think the only book I can actually manage to finish reading before the end of the month is Nana. And that's fine. I'm just going to try my best to get through volume 1 in this omnibus, and then I'll worry about volume 2 tomorrow. Unless I really get into it and then I can finish it today, but I doubt it. I'm not trying to rush myself to read books. Thanks for the sprints. It was fun hanging out. Yeah, thanks for joining me, y'all. Apologies, though, that this was very impromptu. Now, tomorrow I am hosting reading sprints. So this is not the end as far as reading sprints for the week. I mean, I'm hosting sprints. I just wanted to host some sprints impromptu today because I really wanted to, like, get myself to focus to read Nana, and I have managed to do that much. Nice chatting with y'all. It did help me study, but I can't wait until I join these sprints and read for fun again. Yeah, I really hope so, because I want to know what else you're reading at. I really want to know. But yeah, definitely got to do the study. So, yeah. Definitely look forward to reading sprints tomorrow. They start at, I think right now they're scheduled for 4 p.m. Central, which I think, am I going to start it sooner? A part of me wants to start those sprints a little bit sooner, though. I know I scheduled them right now for 4. I might change them to an earlier time. Actually, hold up. Before I actually really start, I'm like, hold up. I might be lying to myself because, like, wait, is there any World Cup match tomorrow that I'm like, I'm like, hold up. Is there? I doubt it, but, like, it doesn't mean. Let's see. Let's see. What World Cup matches are tomorrow? France versus Sweden. I'm not going to watch that. Ivory Coast versus Norway. I don't think I'll watch that one. I'll keep an eye on it, though. Oh, Mexico versus Ecuador. Ooh, that sounds like a good one. They sound pretty good, but I don't think I'm actually going to watch any of these games. I'm not even watch the Netherlands versus Morocco. I might just do something else. Who knows? I don't know what I'm going to do. But I do think I'm going to start those sprints sooner. If not, it'll be at the 4 p.m. Central. But they could be as early as like 12 p.m. Central. So depends what I'm feeling like tomorrow. But anyways, y'all, that is it. That is all. I hope you all have a good rest of your day, evening, night as dawn, afternoon, whatever your time zone is. And I hope to see you all tomorrow.